Good evening. I'd like to call this May 14th, 2024 Radford City Schools School Board meeting to order. Can we please have a moment of silence? For those who would care to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Calfee, can you lead us, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Has everyone had a chance to review the agenda?
Yes.
I have a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
The motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved. All right, our school and student showcase.
Okay, so we got a great show for you tonight. That goes without saying. Let's begin with a very important recognition. We have a group of teachers that are retiring from our division at the end of this year. We had a little reception in the next room for those folks, and we're just so very proud to recognize them tonight. I think all schools are represented except for Dalton Intermediate School. It doesn't have anyone retiring. So that said, we'll begin with Dr. Green and McCarg Elementary School.
Dr. Joyce, Ms. Long, and members of the school board, I am honored to stand before you this evening to recognize a remarkable educator at McCarg Elementary, Ms. Donita Anderson. As we stand here today reflecting on her career and my time knowing her, I'm filled with gratitude, admiration, and a touch of sadness knowing that her journey with us at McCarg is coming to a close. Ms. Anderson's impact on our school community cannot be overstated. For years, she's been a pillar of strength, compassion, and wisdom, guiding students through the early stages of their academic journey. As a special educator and a general education teacher, she's worn many hats, each one with grace and dedication. Ms. Anderson is known for her unique brand of wisdom and humor. Who among us hasn't been inspired by one of her famous sayings? And some of them I will not say for you this evening. We can do hard things and make a plan B. Though her words are sometimes simple, they carry a profound meaning. They're a testament to Mrs. Anderson's no-nonsense approach to life, her resilience in the face of challenges, and her unwavering belief in the potential of every student she's had the privilege to teach. During our grade level meetings 2 weeks ago, Ms. Anderson said something that really resonated with me, and she talked about the power of a team. That above all, she would miss her team and the memories she created with these wonderful people. That is what McCarg is, a wonderful team, and a big part of that is due to this amazing educator, Ms. Anderson. As we send Ms. Anderson off into retirement, we do so with mixed emotions. While we will miss her presence in our halls and classrooms, we're excited for her as she embarks on a new chapter of her life. Retirement is not the end, but rather a new beginning and filled with endless possibilities. So on behalf of the entire McCarg community and Radford City community, I want to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Mrs. Donita Anderson. Thank you for your 34 years of service, your dedication, and your passion for teaching, even on the hard days. You've left a mark on each of us, and your legacy will continue to inspire generations of students to come. As you step into retirement, may your days be filled with joy, laughter, and all of the things that bring you happiness. You have certainly earned it, Ms. Anderson. Here's to you and the incredible journey that lies ahead. We wish you all the best. Thank you.
So what we have as a retirement gift, there's a few things. The charcuterie board is handmade by our very own Brian Dye. He's here with us tonight. Yeah, okay, I already said it, too late. The Rockin' was by Mr. McPeak and his kids at the high school. And the floral arrangement is by Katie Gibbons and her kids at the high school. So how about a big round of applause for those folks? Okay, would you guys like a picture, or do you want to do all at once, or how would you rather do this? Okay, well, if you don't mind, once you're honored, could you stay back and we'll get a picture with the board, okay? Okay. Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Wilder.
So I'm here on behalf of Bell Heath Elementary to recognize Suzanne Woolwine, who is just an absolute rock for Bell Heath. She's been with RCPS 34 years. That's split between Bell Heath and McCarg. I'd like to start off by asking, I don't know if the board is able to do this, not accept her resignation. When, this was kind of it came right down to the wire, and when she had her retirement paperwork sent over, the first batch mysteriously vanished, so she had to make another copy. But I wanted to share just two quick stories about Suzanne. The first is 3 years ago when she was a reading specialist. My very first observation as an administrator was her working one-on-one with the student in reading, a third grader. I'm sure you know who I'm talking about. And it was just, words can't really describe how special it was. This is a student who struggles with reading. And he was smiling the whole time. He stopped in the middle to give her a hug. And it wasn't, it wasn't a show, it wasn't fake, it was just genuine. And that student who at the beginning of the year really struggled passed his SOL that year. And I remember the excitement for her when she found that news, because she genuinely put in hard work and believed in this student who, at the time, I don't know, had a lot of people that did believe in him. The second is she is, every school has that teacher or two that when you get a call from them, you run because you never hear from them. So it's, we bring the SRO, we bring everybody, because if it's something that Miss Woolwine needs assistance with, her class is just awesome to walk in. Again, I think her background in reading really speaks to that. The final thing I want to say is she's got a genuine love for kids. And it was evident when you came in my office a few days ago. I think she's realized this is the right move for her, but there was that, Ms. Boyd, you probably have that same feeling that, I'm going to miss the kids, working with the kids. There's probably some things you won't miss, but her heart is with the kids. And you've been a rock. I appreciate the support that you've given me in my first year. So thank you. We really appreciate you. Thank you.
Goodies. Well, you can do the gifts
Yeah.
now, and we'll take
We'll
a
do
picture.
pictures at the end.
This is so nice, y'all. Thank y'all so much. Thank you.
Mr. Keister.
There he is.
All right, I'd like to go ahead and call up Miss Donna Irvin. So after 30 years of total service and 19 years in the city of Radford, Donna has decided to start a new chapter. I would not only like to honor her accomplishments, but also to express my gratitude for the impact she's had on countless lives. Throughout her career, Donna has embodied the true spirit of education. Her colleagues would say she brought passion and an unwavering commitment to her classroom every day. Her dedication to our students went far beyond the textbooks and lessons. She instilled in them a love for learning and a belief in their own potential. She didn't just teach, she imparted wisdom, kindness, and invaluable life lessons that will stay with our students forever. As Donna begins this new chapter, we reflect on the countless lives that she has touched and the legacy she leaves behind. To her, teaching was not just a profession, but a calling to make a difference, to empower young minds, and to shape the future. On behalf of the Radford High School community, we extend our heartfelt thanks for your outstanding contributions. We wish you a well-deserved retirement, filled with joy, relaxation, and new adventures. Even though you may be leaving the classroom, your impact will continue in the lives of those you have taught. You will always be a cherished member of our Radford High School family. Congratulations on your retirement. May the next chapter be as fulfilling and rewarding as the one you're finishing. Thank you.
No, it's one size fits all. Mr. Hill.
All right, so I have the honor tonight to speak about Terry and Brenda Bell. Brenda's not here, but she is a school psychologist that worked for us for many years, but I'll start with Terry. So I worked here as a special ed teacher, and I worked with Terry for many of years, and I always just thought the world of Terry. She was always just calm. She was always answering her phone calls and emails. And then I left in this role in Giles, and I came back, and I was so excited that Terry would be here in the office, because I knew that she just took care of everything. So she's been talking about this all year, but I never wanted to hear it. I just tell her, we're not talking about retirement. But anyway, so we'll go ahead and start here. So as you embark on your new chapter of your life, I want to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude for your unwavering dedication and exceptional service as a special education office manager. Your expertise, kindness, and dedication and hard work have touched countless lives in our office. As you transition into your retirement, know that your legacy will endure through the lives you've enriched and the positive work environment you have created. While we'll miss your presence daily, we were excited for you to embrace this new phase of your field life with relaxation, adventure, and well-deserved joy. Thank you for your 24 years. I know you worked many, many years in Pulaski County as a special education paraprofessional, and then as an office manager there, I believe 18 years in Pulaski and 16 years here. So a total of 24 years you've been working with our families and our staffs and our students with disabilities. So we couldn't do it without you. But I hope your retirement is filled with everything, happiness and stillness, and your grandkids and your garden. So Brenda, we'll go ahead and read hers as well. Brenda could not make it tonight, but we've been talking over the last few days. So I've been trying to get her here, but she already had plans to be out of town. So Brenda, as you prepared to embark on this well-deserved retirement journey, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude for your invaluable service to the Radford community. Your dedication, expertise, and unwavering commitment to the well-being of our students have left a lasting mark on all of us. Throughout your tenure as a school psychologist, your expertise and guidance have helped students and families navigate challenges and equip them with tools to thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. You have been more than a school psychologist. You have been a mentor and a friend. While we miss your presence dearly, we're excited for you to embrace this new chapter of your life filled with relaxation, adventure, and cherished moments with your loved ones. Brenda served as a school psychologist for 34 years, 23 years with Radford City Schools, and 11 years with Pulaski County Schools. So she has impacted all kinds of folks in the New River Valley, and she will most certainly be hard to replace. Brenda's always kept all of us in line. I needed Brenda because she would tell me what to do. So I need those kind of people that will let me know when I make a mistake, but also tell me what I need to do. So we will also miss Brenda. So hopefully you're listening. If not, we will get everything to you. But anyways.
The flowers are in the back room.
So I started in January, and I don't have the same experience with Ms. Denny as a lot of the folks that in this division do. But I have a different experience, and that is that I came in brand new in January in the middle of the year with almost like a blindfold on. And Ms. Denny made sure that I didn't mess up, a few times that day, and a lot of times since then. She's cut a real cord between what I needed to know and what I didn't need to know at the time. As in, she was going to take care of me. If I didn't need to know it or if I didn't need to worry about it, she was going to take care of it for me. So, and that could have gone much differently, okay? She could have really hung me out from time to time, but she did not do that. And so, I'm not the person that needs to speak to Ellen Denny's legacy here at Radford, but I'm at least a person who got to know her really, really well, really, really fast. And I just appreciate what she did for me beginning in January as a new superintendent. It was just invaluable. And actually, at this time, I'll open the floor up to anyone who would like to speak to Miss Denny, but that's my take on it, and we're going to miss her tremendously here in Radford. So we appreciate Miss Ellen Denny. All right. At the risk of leaving anyone out, we're going to move along. I think that's everyone. And let's get a picture before we disperse with our retirees. Let's get a picture out front here. And also, retirees, don't forget your floor arrangements in the back. Let's see. We want the flowers now or later? Let's see. All right, we ready? There's all sorts of cameras all over the place. So just be ready. Smile the whole time. Okay, I'm out. You can look someplace else now. There's more people out here than there is in there. You're fine. Good call. Yep. Ms. Rife is right. Ms. Shule's taking applications for substitute teachers on your way out the door. She said she wants to think about it.
Are you trying to recruit substitutes?
Yes. Ms. Shule's not going to let you out until you fill out an application. Mr. Wilder, some of those folks can come in here if you want to make that announcement.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving right along, we have Model General Assembly took a trip a week or two ago, and we are excited to hear all about that. Ms. Andrews, you're next.
Yeah, let me look at you all. Y'all come on up. I'll talk. Y'all come up. Well, good evening. These are 5 of my, oh, hey, Ellie made it. 6 of my 15 students. One did not get to go. He broke his arm, unfortunately, 2 days before MGA. So, but what a wonderful experience we had at MGA this year. We started with 2 bills and got arms got twisted to do 4 bills. So I had some people really step up who had never done a bill before, who had never been to MGA before, like Emma Rakui right here. She got thrown into MGA and a bill all at the same time. But I have a little slideshow that they haven't even seen it yet. So if you'll go ahead.
The things right there.
Oh, this is the
There's a
click.
jog dial on the side. On the side. Right here. Pick it up and then
Okay.
just twist it up.
Oh, it just flew through a bunch. I don't know which direction I'm going.
We're getting a preview.
Wrong way. Sorry, my bad.
Okay. You want I can start you.
Senora Andrew and technology do not go together. We all know this.
I'll start you over. I think you push up. Get it? Try the other way now. It flies.
Goes too fast.
That's flying.
Okay, here I got it now. I got it. So we left it Thursday morning, and our first stop was the Cheesecake Factory at Short Pump. Always a fun experience. A lot of eating, a little shopping, and then we headed to. Is that the next one? Yes. Oh, Chihuahua. There we go. Okay. So the first night of Thursday night is opening ceremonies. And so everybody, as you can tell, they look awesome, don't they? Styling and profiling. There is a certain dress code. MGA is business attire, so that's pounded into them from the first meeting on. And so they definitely, we were the best dressed, of course. I have to say that because we were the best dressed. But this is our first. This is in the hotel. This is our first night. This is opening ceremony. If you know anything about Richmond, beside the Capitol building is St. Paul's Church. It's a very historic, very beautiful building, church. And this is us waiting for opening ceremonies. We were honored to have First Lady Suzanne Youngkin speak at our opening ceremonies. This is where they swear in all of the delegates and senators, because they were all delegates and senators. They also swear in the youth governor, lieutenant governor, attorney general, all the officers that are elected. So this is the ceremony that they do this, and she spoke, so we were honored to have her speak to us that evening. And then they disperse and they go to their committee meetings. So the first night they go into committee, and Bella was a committee chair. What was your courts and justice?
Courts, justice in the Senate.
In the Senate. And so they go to their committee. They have to present their bill in committee. And if you know anything about bills, it has to make it out of committee before it can go to the session, which our session was the next day. One of our bill in the Senate got killed. However, I'll tell you the story about that when we get there. All of our bills in the committees in the House passed. So they made it to the session the next day, which that was about how a bill becomes a law in Virginia. And this is what they felt like Friday morning, because they were scared to death, a lot of them, the first attendees. And you get butterflies because you have to actually get up and talk in front of other people. So that's how they felt the first morning, especially my new ones, because they're always coming to me like, I don't know what to do. And I'm like, you just got to watch and learn. This is Bella presenting her bill. I don't know how to play any of these videos there, Stacy, so. The videos are very short. I don't have to play all of them, but I thought they were very interesting for you all to hear.
Okay.
Can you cut?
I'm gonna try.
Okay, he's going to try with the volume. Okay, that's fine. So we'll just go on, but that's Bella presenting her bill. And Bella can you stop that? And Bella will tell you about her bill real fast. She and Addie Saunders, who could not be here tonight.
So we had Senate Bill number 1, so we were first up to bat, which is
House
honestly
bill.
preferable.
House bill.
You were in the House this year?
Yeah, you're in the House.
Okay, well, I was in the Senate last year, that's where that came from. We were House Bill number 1, so first up to bat there, which actually was very helpful. But we had a bill on Circuit Court TV. I actually, for minor victims, I spoke with our local victim advocate on this bill, and she helped kind of in conjunction with some other victim advocates in the area to help find what was most needed, and she thought this was it. So Circuit Court TV essentially states that the way we changed the bill is currently as it sits, it's not just a flat 18 and under. It's like varying things. If you're a witness, it's 14. If you're a victim, it's 16. So Circuit Court TV allows the victim to sit in a separate room from the defendant to limit trauma from an already existent trauma. And they can testify and answer questions. There's a very limited amount of people that are eligible to stay in that room. It is an undisclosed location, and it's projected into the courtroom so they don't have to sit there with the defendant. In a lot of these cases, especially with young rape victims or child pornography ring victims, this is a very preferable situation. And it also added in a section that stated that a victim that could be proven to have any kind of mental disability would also be given this option. And that was a section inspired by a situation that happened here in Rapid City, where a young girl was not given the proper justice she so desperately deserved because she had been hit by a car when she was younger, and it kind of limited her ability to defend herself. And they prepared her for everyone else in the courtroom except for Virginia Tech students that just happened to come in to watch the court proceedings that day. So this would prohibit situations like that from ever happening again. It did pass through committee. It passed through both chambers unanimously. There was a small wording change when it went to the Senate, but it was passed unanimously there and was signed by the youth governor. So we were super happy to hear that, and actually it has now been passed on to Delegate Jason Ballard to be looked at for actual Virginia law to make some real change in our system of the courts.
Thank you. And see, they have to learn how to add amendments. Some of the committees get a little crazy with amendments. However, they have to go through the process. So I think each one of our bills maybe had to have an amendment, something, word added, changed. So they did a great job. So this was Friday with her bill. It passed to the House. And then, I have problems getting this one. There it is. Whoa. Abby, who could not be here tonight, Abby did their original bill. Addie and Bella, this is their original bill, correct? No. Oh, this is your bill. I'm sorry. So Abby Hodock presented it the first day in the House, and Emma presented it the second day because it did pass. Will you tell them a little bit about what your bill was about?
Yeah, so this was my first year going to MGA, and also first year having to do a bill. It's a little terrified, but we got through it. Our bill was on sex education in schools, changing it that everything's from every 7 years to 5 years. It was a pretty easy bill. It was pretty self-explanatory. There were a few amendments, a few questions when you have to stand up. It's a lot of pressure, but I feel like I was pretty well prepared. And I always talk to my mom that I don't know what I want to study in college, and I've kind of decided that I want to go for pre-law. So it was kind of a nice learning experience at MGA.
They have to do research on their bills, obviously. They have to dig into what the law said. If there's anything there, they have to dig into it, get together. That's why I'm so thankful to have Mrs. Elaine Argabright, who is my guy. I call her the government guru because she goes with us and she helps it because she taught government for years and years. So it's really an honor to have her be able to help us. And she was very, very helpful with our bill patrons. So I appreciate that so much, Mrs. Argabright. Mason and Lily did a bill, and I'll come back to that with Lily in just a minute. That was your bill originally. They passed their bill on agriculture. It was internships in schools. This bill went flying through. It had color. It was great. So, and then the next bill was Ella, their bill died in committee, and then all of a sudden she got there that morning, and they said, "Oh, the Senate killed too many bills. Y'all got to do your bill again." And she went, "I have no notes except on my phone." So she did a great job. This bill actually created so much debate. It was about voters, and, where you have to have a residence, like in a college town. You have to have a physical residence and not a dorm, actually, to be able to vote in an election. In that location, there was the next youth governor actually spoke in favor of this bill because of James Madison University in Harrisburg and how it can affect your election. It died in the Senate, but she did a great job just off the cuff. And this was the students, I feel like, after they did their bills, because they were fired up and they were confident, so they were like a little smug, like, yeah, they did great. They really did. This is dinner on Friday night, which is provided. This is part of MGA. It's a catered meal at the hotel. And then I thought I had a video of them doing karaoke. I had Lily Hurst, and it only ended up being a picture instead of the real thing. So, but they had a great time afterwards. Movies, karaoke, and then crossover. If you don't know what crossover is, the bills that make it out of the House go to the Senate, and the ones that make it out of the Senate go to the House. So Saturday is crossover. It's also what's it called after the bill?
Veto session.
Veto session, yes. And then Addie presented she and Bella's bill. It passed through the Senate. And there's Emma presenting her bill, and it passed through the Senate. Lily was, oh, this is hilarious, I'm sorry. You can stop it, I'll just tell what it talks about. They were talking about Northern Virginia not having FFA programs.
Yes.
And Lily said, well, you could go to Lowe's and get an internship. So you have to kind of be prepared to speak off the cuff with this kind of information. But Lily was hilarious. Everybody was like laughing because she was that good about, and that's what prepared them, was being able to talk and debate their bills amongst each other. Lily, of course, that passed. That was the internships. This was an honor for Bella and Addie. I'll just speak on this really fast. CONA is Conference on National Affairs. It's like a big MGA, but it's nationwide. And it's held in Black Mountain, North Carolina. And you have to be nominated to attend this. And Radford hasn't had anybody, Miss Argabright, since 2017?
Oh, heavens, it was,
Mark Johnson?
yes.
2017, right. 2017, we had someone nominated. Last MGA we went to in person, well, we went last year, but 2019. But Belle and Addie got nominated because they watch you to see how you ask questions, present your bills, etc. They were impressed. So there were 30 students, I think, nominated. Unfortunately, they can't attend because they have conflicts this summer. But it's such an honor to just be nominated for that. So we're really proud of them and how of all the students of how they represented Radford High School in a fantastic way. And of course, I like this picture because they don't know I had this picture. That's what they look like on the ride home because they're exhausted because they don't get any sleep because they decide not to go to sleep for 2 nights and stay up and talk. So, but that's the bus ride home every year. They're exhausted. But I'm done. But other than that, I just want to thank you for your support every year with MGA. The students just, they're not sure. Like Samara was an underclassman legislator. She had no idea. She came out writing bills, telling me all this stuff, and she's a freshman. And so she came out and she was just telling me everything about her bill. Just so proud. She was my only freshman. So it builds great public speaking, confidence. They learned a lot about their state government they had no idea about. I learned a lot about state government as well. So thank you again for your support. We really appreciate it. Just like to keep this program going. Even when I retire, I hope it goes on to the next person. And just thank you once again. And that's all we have. Y'all have anything you want to say? Anything, Ellie? This was Ellie's first year. Hayden's been twice and Bella's been twice. So, yes, ma'am. Oh yes, the seniors have graduation. They receive graduation cords from Virginia YMCA for their 2 years of participation. So they're excited about that for graduation.
We didn't quite think we'd get those when they came in the mail, and it was supposed to be a surprise. And it's the first period Spanish students found out, and then by the end of the day, we're all like, "Senora, the cords." She goes, "They're supposed to be surprise." We're like, they're red, white, and blue, and they're really cool. So we were quite excited about that.
But this is our bill book that we get, so it has all the bills that the students in Virginia wrote and the schools that attended MGA. And it was really interesting. Got to talk to the sponsor from Tangier Island, which is fascinating. If you've ever talked to somebody from Tangier Island for their accent, that's cool. It's really awesome. But they got to meet a lot of people from the state of Virginia that they didn't know, like, where's that? I mean, a lot of schools you don't know where they are. But once again, thank you, and I won't take up any more of your time. We really appreciate your support. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Argerbright. Okay, Bella, don't go too far. If you don't mind, we'll bring Miss Bella Calfee up to talk about Radford High School and what's happening there.
And just like that, I'm back again. So, good evening. We're close to the end of the school year at RCPS, and RHS is buzzing with anticipation of the summer break. I think the seniors are holding on that last thread there. Even still, everyone is still staying very busy with end-of-the-year events and banquets and testing and all the things. Bobcats are approaching the end of testing, thank goodness, and I'm sure the academic excellence at Radford will be something to see. Our athletes are finishing up their seasons, and looking forward to summer training. Their record for, I believe this is soccer, is 12-2 for boys soccer, and they are number 3 seed for the region tournament. The girls soccer team is looking forward to their first round of regions Monday the 27th, so be there to cheer on the Lady Cats. Our lady and gentlemen tennis players are doing RHS immensely well, and we are certainly proud of them. The Bobcat Theater Company had lovely showings of Into the Woods and have, as we speak, as of 34 minutes ago, they're having a showcase at RHS this evening. Choir had a lovely concert on the 9th, so congratulations are to them as well. Our band program also had a lovely concert on the 7th of May, and we'll be performing at the Memorial Day service at the park. And fun fact, RHS Band was one of the very first in the country to perform the Space Force theme in any kind of program of this nature, so that's just kind of a fun little tidbit for your evening. Softball and baseball are finishing their seasons and have had their senior night, so congratulations to those students. The RHS Agriculture program enjoyed a lovely greenhouse sale, as always. Ms. Givens does a great job there. So thank you to the community for attending the event. It is always wonderful when we can support this program. We also had a very successful prom weekend at RHS with prom and after prom. Students enjoyed the product of the hard work and dedication of the prom committee and their advisors. A midnight enchantment it certainly was. Our retired teachers will be missed so very sorely. Goodness, it got me a little choked up. Several of those are near and dear to my heart. The students you all taught will never forget you. You are forever imprinted on our hearts. And last but not least, our seniors are graduating next Friday, May 24th at Bobcat Stadium, weather permitting. If not, it'll be at Bondurant Auditorium at Radford University. Please come on out and support these Bobcats as they make the first step into their futures. Congratulations, class of 2024. You've earned this. I'd like to take a point of personal privilege and say a massive thank you to the board and Dr. Joyce for asking me to give these updates throughout the year. It's been a pleasure and an honor to highlight the successes of my classmates and dear friends. I leave RHS with an immense amount of pride and gratitude for all it has given me as I move on to my future. I feel I speak for all seniors when I say that I couldn't thank all my teachers, staff members at RCPS, coaches, and loved ones who provided love and support through my schooling. I'll save the rest of the sappy speech for next Friday. So tonight, I'll say see you later, never goodbye. And one last time till graduation, go Bobcats.
Thank you. She's done an excellent job keeping us up to date on all things Radford High School, which is not an easy task. Next up, a couple of weeks ago, I had a meeting with Mr. David Winston about maybe resurrecting some 4-H activity in our area, and tonight he's agreed to join us and talk a little bit about 4-H. Mr. Winston and Miss Alyssa Walden, if you would come to the podium, please. Thank you.
We still have students.
Yeah, right.
Thank you. Dr. Joyce, honorable school board members and guests, my name is Dave Winston, and I'm a 4-H alumnus. I've been a Radford resident for about 10 years now and work in the School of Animal Sciences at Virginia Tech as an extension specialist. In this role, I coordinate our state 4-H dairy youth program. The Virginia 4-H program is part of Virginia Cooperative Extension, and I'm thrilled that our team has the opportunity to share information with you this evening about Virginia 4-H and how it could benefit youth and families in our community. Tonight's presenters are Alyssa Walden, State 4-H Deputy Director, and Chris Lichty, who is a 4-H Extension Agent in Pulaski County. Also in attendance is Dr. Kathy Sutphin, VCE Associate Director for Youth, Families, and Health. Alyssa will provide an overview of the Virginia 4-H program, and Chris will share examples of programs and delivery modes that are offered by our neighbors in Pulaski County. So at this time, I'll turn the podium over to Alyssa, and I've got some packets to share with the board.
All right, thank you all for having us here tonight. As Dave said, my name is Alyssa Walden, and I serve as the Deputy State 4-H Leader for Virginia 4-H. I'm a 4-H alum as well, and I also served as an extension agent for 10 years prior to coming to our State 4-H office. So I truly do bleed green. I've been a 4-H'er my entire life, so I'm excited to be here and share a little bit about our program with you tonight. So what we know about youth, and I'm sure you in Radford City have experienced these things as well, the current generation or youth are our largest generation at risk. I'm sure in the school system you've seen that teens' math scores have been dropping consistently since COVID-19 hit. And we've also seen a 30% rise in youth absenteeism from the school year of 2018 to 2019. That's a big problem for our state, and that's a big problem that I know you all are concerned about as well. It's also important to note that 1 in 5 children are currently living with a mental health disorder, which means that they're having lots of negative thoughts about themselves, thoughts about the world that they're living in, and having some concern about their future. So that's where Virginia 4-H comes in, because youth need us now more than ever, and we can help prepare them to be life and career ready when they leave your doors in Radford City. So the mission of 4-H is to assist youth and adults working with those youth to gain the additional knowledge, life skills, and attitudes that will further their development as self-directing, contributing, and productive members of our society. I think that's what we all want for our young people. The motto of Virginia 4-H is to make the best better. So we never rest, we keep going until we can get to the very top. And our slogan is learn by doing. We believe in experiential learning, hands-on activities that really submerge youth into programming where they find their spark and they can find what they're interested in and how that can impact them in the future. The map you see here just shows how our membership looked this past year. So we had over 161,000 youth in our program across Virginia, which we're very proud of. Prior to the pandemic, we were closer to 200,000, so we're still rebuilding, but we did have about a 12% increase last year, and we hope that continues to grow. So we do the work in 4-H in several different ways. We have 4-H clubs, which meet in communities, and these youth typically rally around a subject matter that they're interested in, or even a community where they want to come together, learn, share their knowledge, and learn from other people. We also offer short-term or special interest programs where youth can be exposed to some tidbit of 4-H that they've never heard of before or something they really are passionate about, and we hope that will encourage them to start a full club. We offer 4-H camps, both day camping and overnight camping, and the closest camp for you all here is at Smith Mountain Lake, the W.E. Skelton 4-H Center, which Chris, I'm sure, will talk about in just a few moments. The big thing that we offer is school enrichment programming, where our 4-H educators and agents are able to support teachers in classrooms with SOL-based materials that is research-based, and they can help provide lessons to enrich the work they're already doing in the classroom. We all know students sometimes get tired of hearing the same voice or seeing the same activities, so we can come in and help the teacher and really support them and give them new ideas, new curriculum, and new ways to help their own students. We also offer individual study programs where youth can take a topic that they're interested in that maybe is not offered in their community and really study it in depth. I've had a student in one of my previous roles who really wanted to study K-pop music. And I don't know a thing about K-pop music, don't even really know what it is, but he completed a whole study in a project book about K-pop music because that was his interest. And then we also offer after-school programming where we can partner with schools or other community organizations to support students after school when oftentimes parents are working and they would normally be at home, maybe without any direction. And those typically take place right outside the school day. Again, we can partner with churches, any community or civic organizations to really bring that to youth in any community or city. As I stated, all of our work is research-based and SOL aligned. We draw a lot on the work of Drs. Richard and Jackie Lerner and their PYD studies, or Positive Youth Development Studies. And the image you see here is from Dr. Mary Arnold out of Oregon State that depicts the 4-H Thriving Model, which is a brand new model that we're embracing. And where the 4-H program fits in on this model is in that high-quality programs. So we create high-quality programs that spark the interest of our youth, give them a place where they can feel a sense of belonging and acceptance within their program. They also build relationships both with other youth and with trusted adults. And then we get them engaged. And then I love this picture because this path to the true north, which is what we call our life and work ready, is not straight. And we know that youth go through lots of different ups and downs and twists and turns in life. And so 4-H is there to support them throughout that journey as they move towards a life where they are productive members of society. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chris, who can share some more specific examples of 4-H programming locally.
You should have one of these packets. I could have done the PowerPoint, but it's 24 slides, so I'm just going to talk from the cuff, but I'm going to talk from the heart as well. If anybody wants a copy of it, you're welcome to have one. But my name is Chris Lichty. I'm a former educator out of Christiansburg Elementary. I had the wonderful opportunity to take my undergrad, mixed it with my master's, and I was sort of lured out of the classroom because 4-H, like Alyssa said, has so many opportunities. I didn't do 4-H when I was a kid. I did soccer and Boy Scouts. My parents did it, didn't know anything about it. It intrigued me. I applied. I was hired in Pulaski. Prior to COVID, we were close. Dr. Graham was ready. The city was ready. COVID hit, and it shut us down. But what we do in Pulaski, and I'm going to go I'll go to page 3, but this is just a snapshot, an overview of what we do. What I do on a daily basis, the first two or 3 weeks of the month, I work with mostly 4th and 5th grade teachers, and we focus on language arts and expressive arts. We hit the dramatic reading, we hit presentations. For the kids, they get up in front of the class and they bring a book to life. And not just bring it to life, but they get into character. A lot of these kids then go on to choir and theater. Again, that expressive and communication expressive arts. Presentations, at first, like, I got to get up in front of the school, in front of the class. 4th through 12th grade, it's in the SOLs. They have to get up. So we bring the presentations to life. I tell the kids, it's show and tell again. Remember kindergarten, 1st grade? Show and tell. They're like, really? That's all I have to do? Yes. 2 to 3 minutes, they come up, they do a presentation. The teachers, they have our scoring rubrics. From dramatic reading, it's, from, 0 to 100. So when we come in, we're not just coming in to have fun. We're coming in to provide you with a high-quality program that is going to meet an SOL need. In Pulaski, dramatic reading and presentations are written into the pacing guide for 4th and 5th grade. That's great. It was there before I started. Dr. Sutphin was there before me, so it's effective. We also do STEM programs. With 4th grade, prior to the SOL change, I did 4 lessons with electric energy. Snova Elementary School just kind of shared with me, just in conversation, that 95% of the kids pass the electric energy strand due to that hands-on, learn by doing, research-based. Yeah, we're going to get in there. We're going to have some fun. We're going to make mistakes turning on a light bulb because you have the polarity mixed up. So those are the experiences, rocks and minerals. We get in there, they do rock classification. So that's pretty much what we do. Since I've been there, we've expanded. We now have embryology, which is we hatch chicken eggs. It is pre-K through 12th grade this year. It is fantastic. I was telling Alyssa, we're hatching our 2nd batch of chickens because I had a 4th grader bring me 84 eggs 2 weeks ago. She heard I needed eggs. She was right. We needed eggs, but we already had eggs. We worked with another producer, but she heard at our 4th grade agriculture field day at Tech that Mr. Lichty needed eggs. We then wound up with 84 more eggs. So we are now we're in lockdown, which is when the incubator shut down, but day 19 to 21, the chicks will start to hatch. So that's a program that can be easily done here. From pre-K all the way to 12th grade, we can tie it to real-life, hands-on experience researchers, getting these kids interested in potential careers. So that's kind of what I do in the schools. But as we go through here, and I know I don't have a lot of time, some of the other things that we can bring here on page 4, we have an active livestock program. I heard the young lady talk about FFA. You can go to Lowe's and get an internship. I don't know where that came from because that's not what I've learned. We have, I don't know, Kathy, close to 26 kids right now actively participating in our livestock program. And along with that come 18 adults. So they are on the farm from hogs to sheep to goats, dairy and beef cows. Am I missing anything? Chickens, yes, we're doing. Here we go. We're hatching chickens. Yes, a lot of these chickens do go home with these kids. So again, it's tying real life experience of project books, taking care of that animal from start to finish. You're not just feeding it. It has vet bills. So they've got to keep up with expenses as well. Those can be done in the classroom as well. We have an active teen program, leadership and service. We learn about resumes, cover letters, mock interviews. Again, something we can do here. We have a reality store program which brings 8th graders to the real life. Whoa, I'm on my own. What do I do? I've got a career. I'm 26 years old. I've got kids. They get to choose their own career. We research it, base salary. You're in the real world now. So we do that with them as well. We also have an active shooting club. Now, when you say shooting, to a lot of people thinking, whoa, we're going to put BB guns and air rifles and 22s in kids' hands. Yes, we do. We actually have an active program in Pulaski. There's one in Montgomery County. It can be done here. Riverlawn Elementary School is doing in-school archery. It can be done here. So I could go on and tell you what we do. I'm actively recruiting in your community right now for 4-H camp. We have 160 kid beds that we are trying to fill. It is it's an out of experience for Radford City for some of these Pulaski kids who don't get that opportunity. And the good news is I have plenty of sponsors still available. So I have probably close to 10 to 12 Radford City kids who have jumped on board. That can be made available regularly. When I go into the classrooms, I take all this literature from our livestock, shooting, and teen club. All those things go in the school. We do what we do with me and Cynthia Hurst, but everything else is done through the community. Last year we had close to, I think it's 210 volunteers. That's teen and adult. If you think about that budget, I don't have that. Tech pays for part of my salary. Pulaski pays for the rest. Everything else I do with the community is through Cynthia Hurst and these people here, but through the community. So I know there's a following here. I've asked some teachers to be here. They couldn't be here because the high school's having an award ceremony. Brian Dye, I met him there in the school. So if you need spokespeople within your school district, you can find them. So I don't have anything else. I could go on, but it's a wonderful program. I would love to be here. My daughter started here with McCard, Miss Denny. We had some chickens in the school for field trips, so it's a wonderful time. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I look forward to working with these folks and trying to get 4-H footprint a little bit bigger in the city of Radford. And so from this point forward, we'll just continue to grow that relationship. And whatever it is we can do as a school division to make sure 4-H has a presence in our division, we'll do that, okay? Perfect. And thank you all for coming by.
Thank you very much.
All right. Good deal. Mr. Keister, where's Mr. Keister?
That comes right outside the door.
We are ready to recognize wrestlers.
I'm glad you picked the wrestlers. They're getting a little rowdy out there.
Yeah, that's their nature.
That's right. All right, so I will say that we do have a fabulous group of young individuals here that have put in a lot of time, a lot of work, a lot of effort. I know Coach Martin holds some high standards, not only academically but athletically. I will say something about Coach Martin is how long, when did you take over the program? How many years? This season. So when he took over the program, 5 years ago, he stepped into a program that had minimal wrestlers at the time, and he has built it. And each year at the state tournament, you can see the results of it because he's climbed closer and closer to the top each year. So here in the near future, we're expecting, but no, he is doing a wonderful job, and these guys, girls and guys, have put in a lot of hard work. So, Mr. Martin, I'm going to turn it over to you, and you can introduce them and talk a little bit about them.
So, here, thank you so much for having us. Thank you. This year we had around 28 wrestlers that came out for the team, which it just continues to grow from 4 to 12 to 16 to 22, and now we're at 28. So we're very, very excited. This year we took 7 guys to the state tournament and came back with 6 medals. We had a 6th place, a 4th place, 2 places, a 2nd place, and our first state champion, Taven Williams, for the last 9 years. It's our first state champion. So, Taven, clap wildly. Yes. Also, you will see all these ladies wearing pink. Last year was the first time that VHSL endorsed girls wrestling as an emerging sport, and it's a 3-year process. We started with 2 girls last year, and this year the program grew to 7 girls, which is very exciting. 6 of them went to the state tournament, and our first female wrestler to get a medal was Maggie Page. We have had an amazing group of kids come up. I've been privileged to be their rec coach, their middle school coach, and their high school coach. So some of these people I've been coaching for 8 years, which is pretty amazing and pretty sad for me. But it is great, and we are very excited for the future of both men's wrestling and women's wrestling. So thank you all.
Let's come take a picture.
Girls, stand in front of guys. Kids, get in front of them. There we go. There we go.
Alrighty. 1, 2, 3.
Yep. Thank you, Coach Martin.
Thank you all very much. So I was fortunate enough to attend the state wrestling tournament in Salem. And when I pulled in the parking lot, I said, what are all these cars doing here? This is supposed to be wrestling. I got inside and I figured out what all those cars were doing there. It was to come watch the wrestling tournament. There was no seats. I took a couple of wrestlers. I know I took some of your seats, and I apologize for that. They had to sit in the aisle, but it was that big of a deal, and you guys do a great job. Thank you very much. Okay, so Ms. Swing and I were fortunate enough a couple of weeks back to travel to the Blue Ridge region of the Virginia School Board Association Forum, and it's at that time every year that we entered art into a contest sponsored by the VSBA, and this year we entered 3 pieces of artwork, and if I could have Mr. Wilder, I know they can't hear me anymore because we closed the door.
There he is.
Oh, there's Mr. Wilder. Not here? Okay. Do you remember that young man's name? So from Bell Heath, we had an entry from Cameron Harvey, who couldn't be with us here tonight. And then also from Dalton Intermediate School, Mr. Freeman, if you wouldn't mind introducing this young artist.
Yes, this is Yuri Bowen, and I'd like to introduce his art teacher, Christy Bryant. And Yuri's selection, let's see, do you have it up there?
I'm working on it.
It won second place in the VSBA.
Ms. Swing and I were very excited to hear Yuri's name called. There it is.
Here's Yuri's artwork. Ms. Bryant, would you like to come up and say a few words about Yuri?
There's a lot going on in that piece of art.
Sure. Anytime I can brag on some artists, I'll do it. But yeah, I'm Christy Bryan. I'm the art teacher at Dalton, and Yuri is one of my amazing 8th grade students. And we're only allowed to choose one piece of artwork per category. And so Yuri made it pretty easy on me this year. I just was so drawn to this particular piece. I thought it was so unique and different. In my art teacher world, I see so many beautiful landscapes and still life pictures and portraits, but never ever do I get a 12 by 18 piece of paper that is completely filled with teeny tiny little animated drawings of completely random things. So I just thought it was really charming and colorful and just fun. And so he worked really hard on this in class, and we ended up having to kind of move on, and it was just stored in my closet. And anytime Yuri had an extra moment for anything, he would always just kind of go get it and just keep on filling in. And every time I think he was finished, sure enough, he would add something else. So it was just really cool to watch this develop.
And
so
Yuri,
Yuri, I'm sorry, there's a lot going on here. Do you have, so what was your inspiration for this piece of art?
I just sat there and then just thought of something. If I saw like a square on the wall, like a shape or something, and I would draw that with like a hat or something. And then I just thought of random objects too.
Well, you should be very, very proud of that. That's a great piece of art. Thank you.
And Yuri's artwork is now on display in our office, and Miss Bryant's students have artwork that's displayed throughout our school, and it beautifies our school on a daily basis. So they do great things.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So Miss Swing and I, we were feeling pretty good about that. And next up was the high school competition. And we were completely blown away when this young man's name was announced. So, Mr. Keister, if you will.
Yeah, definitely. First of all, I'd like to say I think I see Mr. Freeman in that picture as well. So, very good. But yes, I am happy and honored to recognize Trent. He is very talented and do we have a picture? There we go. Very talented young man, well-rounded. And I am very happy that Miss Lehman did show up, so I didn't have to act like I know what I'm talking about with this. Miss Lehman is out on maternity leave right now, so I do appreciate you being here. I did have a little part of this, and I can let here in a minute, but I won't take all the credit for it. So, Miss Lehman, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Yeah, I definitely had to come in. I feel like we're always here for Trent. Every year, Trent has, since he was a freshman, has always been our most active student artist. He enters every competition he possibly can, and he's always putting out just amazing work. This piece he started in the wintertime, he went home over Christmas break, and I think it was just like a line drawing, and then this is what he came back with at the end of Christmas break. So not only is he an amazing student in school, but he's also working extra hard outside of school, in addition to being an amazing student and student athlete. It's very impressive that he puts forth so much effort in his artwork as well. It's very, very proud of him.
Thank you. Yeah, so this piece, Bruised Brethren, Mr. Keister was actually, that's his hand, his reference photo. But yeah, the piece, the meaning behind it, I included this in my AP portfolio for this year, which I submitted last week actually. But it was about the passing down of like abuse in the South, kind of. So it kind of has like a darker meaning to it. But I really enjoyed making it, and I'm really proud of the product. So, yeah.
So that is an amazing piece of art. So Ms. Swing and I, we were like, okay, where's the artwork? And quite frankly, I've never been lucky enough to be associated with a winner. But what happens is in the high school part of the competition, the winner's art stays at the VSBA headquarters in Charlottesville for the entire year. So next year we'll go back to the same forum and we'll pick up Trenton's artwork at the contest next year. But that is really, truly amazing. Very nicely done.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Mr. Freeman, I'll ask you to stay back for one more recognition or one more introduction, and that is for an update from Dalton Intermediate School.
Come on up, Kate. Dr. Joyce, members of the board, it's my pleasure to introduce to you tonight Kate DeShawn. Kate is an 8th grader at Dalton Intermediate School. She's a member of the Bobcat Theater Company, and she is an avid reader. Rarely do you see Kate in our hallways without a book in her hands. Kate was also the only 8th grader to represent Dalton Intermediate School on our state runner-up forensics team. And so Kate's here tonight to tell you about our year at Dalton Intermediate.
Good evening, members of the school board and Dr. Joyce. Thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. My name is Kate DeShawn, and I am an 8th grader at DIS, soon to be rising freshman. I am honored to stand before you to present an overview of the remarkable achievements and events that have taken place at Dalton Intermediate School over the course of the academic year 2023 to 2024. In fall, our football team showed unparalleled skill, determination, and teamwork throughout the fall season, culminating in an undefeated record that brought our school pride. We fielded competitive teams in both cross-country and volleyball, showcasing the athletic talents and sportsmanship of our students. Our cheerleaders rallied the school spirit at football games and pep rallies, contributing to the electrifying atmosphere and encouraging our athletes to excel. Dalton Intermediate School students helped dazzle audiences with their exceptional performance in Legally Blonde Jr., demonstrating their creativity, talent, and dedication to the arts. Our 8th grade students had the opportunity to visit the Little River Dam, gaining firsthand knowledge about renewable resources and the significance of hydroelectric power in Radford City. In winter, our boys and girls basketball teams, swim team, and wrestling team displayed exemplary skills and sportsmanship, representing Dalton Intermediate School with pride. The initiation of the All-In Tutoring Program provided essential support for students requiring remediation in math and English, emphasizing our commitment to academic excellence and student success. Our band and choir concerts highlighted the artistic talents and dedication of our students. And as Mr. Freeman said earlier, DIS was represented on our state runner-up forensics teams by me. I'm not bragging, you guys, I swear, I'm just stating the facts. Community outreach DIS students spread joy and warmth during the holiday season by providing holiday care packages for the residents of Highland Ridge Nursing Home and Rehab Center, embodying the spirit of giving and compassion. And as we recognized Yuri Bone earlier, several of our students were recognized for their outstanding artistic achievements, earning gold and silver keys at the prestigious Scholastic Art Awards. In spring, our students participated in the NAEP testing, demonstrating their academic proficiency and readiness for future challenges. Our middle school baseball and track teams achieved remarkable success, with the track team earning the title of district champions and the baseball team setting a school record for victories. The Glencoe Art Exhibition showcased the creativity and talent of our students, while Yuri Bowen's second place win in the VSBA art contest further highlighted our school's artistic prowess. Our 7th grade science students engaged in a fascinating frog dissection activity, fostering a deeper understanding of biology and anatomy. And Dalton students once again participated in the Bobcat Theater Company's presentation of Into the Woods, and our choir and band students provided memorable performances in the spring concert. As we approach the end of the academic year, we eagerly anticipate the culmination of various activities and celebrations, including SOL testing, the 8th grade dance, class picnics, yearbook distribution, awards day, and the hatching of chicks in 7th grade science. In conclusion, the year 2023 to 2024 has been marked by outstanding achievements, memorable experiences, and a steadfast commitment to excellence in academics, athletics, and the arts. We are grateful to the dedicated faculty, supportive parents, and the talented students who contributed to the success and vibrancy of Dalton Intermediate School. Thank you for your attention, and I am happy to address any questions or comments from the board. Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. We recognized almost everyone, so that's all I have.
Oh my goodness, that's phenomenal. Y'all, that was outstanding. We can go home? Can we just go home?
Almost.
That was great. Thank you so much to everybody. Thank you to all of our retiring staff. This was outstanding. Moving on to our consent items. Did everybody have a chance to look over the minutes of last meeting?
Yes.
And our superintendent's authority to appoint personnel between meetings. We had bills and petty cash reports for April. And student activities. We had some school use facilities. We've got a new school use facility.
Yeah, there's one you'll
student
have
activity.
Hard copy that didn't make the packet.
Gotcha. All right. Do I have a motion to approve the consent items?
So moved.
Motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Motion passes. Thank you. All right. Do we have anybody signed up to speak this evening? No? All right. Moving forward, we have the report of our superintendent.
Thank you very much. I will begin tonight with a recommendation that I have for the board to consider, and that is the tardy and dismissal bells at each school. Mr. Howard, if you don't mind, I've got a short presentation here. So when I first started here in January, a lot of the concern on our community's minds was the Thursday and the issues that are presented with childcare. So I talked informally with a lot of our stakeholders, including our teachers, our administrators, and many more parents that I visited with in the community. Officially, we issued a survey not too long ago. We had really good turnout on the survey. We had almost 800 folks respond to the survey. If you'll pull up the first slide, Mr. Howard, it breaks down the folks who answered the survey. Over 55% of those were parents in Radford. I thought it was nice to notice that a percentage of those were teachers with children in our division, as well as almost 10% of those respondents were students. So that needs to, take that with a grain of salt. The students probably liked Thursday really well. But there are other folks to consider as well. The next slide will show you that among those survey results include 58% of those wish to adopt a consistent school schedule for all days of the week, whereas 42 of those would rather stay with the way we have things now. That said, along with my informal research and communication with stakeholders, it is my recommendation that for next year, 24-25, that we have a consistent tardy bell on each of the 5 days of the week and a consistent dismissal bell on each of the 5 days of the week at both elementary and secondary schools. That would be for secondary schools. I have written down the tardy bell and did not bring that with me. Oh, it's on the screen. That's why it's not with me. Doors would open at Dalton and Radford High School at 7:30 with the tardy bell ringing at 7:50 and the dismissal bell ringing at 2:20 each of the 5 days of the week. And then at Bell Heath and McCarg, the doors would open at 8:15, the tardy bell at 8:35, and the dismissal bell rings at 3 p.m. Now that checks a lot of boxes as far as schedules go, including the hours that we are required by the state of Virginia to be in instruction, as well as our transportation folks being satisfied that they can get from one school, to the community, unload at one school, back out, get another load, and unload at the next school in the proper amount of time, which is at least 35 minutes. So all those things considered, we had a meeting here a few weeks back, and after considering all these ideas and considerations, it would be my recommendation that we go with a consistent bell schedule for each of the 5 days. I'm happy to answer questions.
Can you go back to the survey results?
First one or
that one?
Well, those are the folks that answered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you have a question?
Nah, it looks like, I mean, it wasn't the parents wanted a consistent schedule, it looks like.
Yes, sir.
the way
Right. If you consider.
You don't know that, I mean, it's just the way the numbers look.
Right. But if you consider the amount of parents that answered the survey and the way the survey came back, that would be my guess. The students are probably our outliers. Well, not really outliers. They're sort of the shot in the dark. We're not sure how they answered, but I have a hunch. And then we also have a pretty good representation from teachers with children in the division. And that's a large group of folks that I heard from as well in favor of a consistent schedule. Now, that said, it's very important to me to preserve planning time for these teachers and to protect it, okay, as well as instruction time. So if you take lunches out and we're very careful with our bell schedules, we can preserve as much instruction time as possible and leave it sacred. We can also preserve planning time and leave it sacred so that our planning is not picked apart by meeting after meeting after meeting every day. It would be me working with the administrators at each school to make sure that planning time is kept protected, in that maybe once a month we have a day of the week that is dedicated to meetings. We can have, for example, if we take all of our 5th graders and we do a 5th grade activity that day and we cover those students, we supervise those students with either our paraprofessional help or maybe some volunteers or even a field trip of sorts where it frees up the majority of the teachers for meetings, whereas the rest of the kids are kept busy in a group activity. I've seen that done in the past, but there are many different ways where we can preserve planning time and also have a consistent bell schedule throughout the week. We're going to gain a lot of instruction time if we make Thursday a regular day. It's the planning time that I know folks are questioning, and that is my job to preserve that planning time through some creative scheduling. Already I've talked with the principals knowing that this could be a possibility. They've all 4 assured me that they will do everything in their power to see that the bell schedule is favorable to keeping planning time, not only by code, which is the legal aspect, but making it more fair to the teachers, because we don't want these folks taking their work home with them if they don't have to. That won't stop a lot of them. They do it anyway. But we want them to have ample time at school to plan and prepare for the upcoming lessons. So I think with group activities and some creative use of supervision, we can keep that planning time sacred, and maybe we use one day a month for as many meetings as we can get into that afternoon, so to speak. That would be my goal.
Are there any questions?
I just wanted to make a comment. I know from personal experience when McCarg was in review, and Belle Heath was too. We used a creative scheduling plan that gave teachers 2 blocks of time each day. Now, because we were in review, one of those times was meant to be used for remediation, but it could be done the same way, and those both blocks be for planning. And just on a kind of a funny note, when I was doing duty-free lunch at McCarg last Wednesday, the parents, volunteers were talking about that, and they were like, oh yes, I filled that thing out right away. So there was kind of a consensus that I heard, you were there too, James, for the consistent start and end times.
Yes, ma'am. Now, you know, that's not to say that that filled a need at a time. There's no doubt about it. And there are lots of good things that went along with that. But I think this would be what now our stakeholders are asking for, knowing that I'm going to do everything in my power, and the principals are as well, to keep planning time protected.
Any other comments, questions? Well, I really appreciate that. I know that our teachers have had concerns, you know, because over the times when we've been working on this schedule and we tried it this way one year and tried it this way one year, and people say, can we just have the same schedule for, you know, 2 years in a row, that's been a frustration of having to readjust every year.
Yes, ma'am.
And I know that they, you know, need that planning time, and I appreciate the dedication to preserving that and protecting it so that they can have that time.
Yes, ma'am.
I thank you very much. All right. Do we need to, is that something that needs to be approved by us, or is that how does that work?
So forgive me, but was there a motion presented when it went to the current schedule?
In the past, it actually did go to a motion, was voted on to make those changes.
I don't know that it hurts to do it again. It certainly isn't a waste. I mean, we can if we want to.
Okay. Is that something that we want to do this? Do we want to move it to an action item this month?
Yes, I
All right,
agree.
do I have a motion to move the 2024-2025 tardy and dismissal bells to an action item?
I move that we place it in as an action item, the tardy and dismissal bells at each school for the school year 2024-2025.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we will move that down to be an action item.
So the next item on your report of superintendent is our summer schools schedule and meals. We plan to begin summer school at the secondary level on June 5 to June 27. That'll be Monday through Thursday from 8 o'clock to 1 o'clock, complete with the meals. Also at the McCarg and Belle Heath Elementary School, same dates, a little different hours, 9 to 12. And then kinder camp is being planned for McCarg in July until the first day of August, again from 9 to 12. I just wanted to make sure you guys were aware of that. Transportation is ready, school nutrition is ready, and our teachers, you'll see in your packet tonight during closed session, our teachers are applying and are ready to go. Are there questions about summer school?
I'll just add a note that Bobcat Backpacks will be providing weekend meals for any students in need.
Excellent.
During that time.
Thank you very much. A couple of calendar updates I would like to present to the board. Juneteenth is June the 19th. That's a Wednesday. We would ask that you guys would allow our 12-month folks to have that day off. That will slightly affect summer school. And also July 4th week, July 4th falls on a Thursday. That's not in our calendar that was presented and approved, but we would just make sure we note that 12-month will be off that day as well. I think I talked to you guys earlier. Everyone seemed to be in favor of those two moves, but I wanted that to be on the agenda. That is appreciated by the 12-month folks, I assure you.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Did the calendar already set the 4-day work week, and I didn't remember it?
Well, the calendar didn't include summer months.
Oh,
so
okay.
that's an oversight,
Okay.
but I'm assuming that we will continue with the 4-day.
Okay, and I'm fine with that.
Right.
I just wondered.
That has been a question on a lot of folks' mind. And quite honestly, I've worked in divisions where you can work 4 days and off a day, but that would vary between you might want Mondays off and I might want Fridays. Well, that does us no good with saving energy. So I really admire the 4-day being Monday through Thursday consistently with Fridays off. And as long as we make that clear to the public that, and our coworkers in other divisions, that we won't be here on Fridays, I think it works out very, very well.
Okay.
And I appreciate you bringing that up. Okay, Mr. Howard has been steady working on some safety grants and safety initiatives, and he's agreed to come here tonight to share with us. Thank you.
Hardly. I'm never standing up here, you know, it's different. Yeah, I like that seat better. But anyway, so just to give you a rundown what we've done so far this year, at McCarg we have installed 30 new security cameras in their various locations all over the building, and that's to sort of add to where we didn't have it for the renovation. That was completed at the end of April. We've also renewed the relay communicators for the teachers. That's been added in. And we were also given by the VDOE $7,929 to add in whatever we need as long as it meets their requirements. That's good for them. Okay.
So of those items at McCarg, those were all grant funded?
That's all grant funded, yes. It's either came through our SVV grant, which is the COPS grant, or we paid with it local. Some of it, and the majority of it came with, well, between the two grants of the state security grant and the SVVP.
Okay.
Or SVPP. At the high school, let's do Dalton.
Okay.
Next. Dalton, we have already completed the access card readers in there, and they've been working good, even though we've had a couple of hiccups this past couple of weeks.
Now that's at each classroom, correct?
That's at each classroom, yes, sir.
So if I want to access that classroom,
your card admin can get right in. Teachers only should have access to their door. That's not completely set up yet. We're going to work over that this summer. The high school, we're going to complete their card access this summer. Okay, get all those doors online. It's only for classrooms and some counselor offices. We're also going forward, we're adding new classroom doors to all the classrooms. And the reason we're doing that is our police department says that the large windows that we have in there is not very good for classroom safety. So we're going to narrow it down to 3 inches. That way you've only got a 3-inch view into a classroom.
On the door?
On all the classroom doors, yes. That's about 47 at the high school, and 47 total. And we're also doing the outside doors, which are metal, because they have large windows also. We are also putting in a new intercom system, because Lord knows Dalton needs it. Theirs was put in during the 70s, and it's been sitting there just churning away. It's died once. We had to pay for get that fixed. And Dalton cannot contact the cafeteria, so that's also a problem. You know, those two intercom systems, they don't cooperate with each other. So the high school and Dalton's getting new intercom systems, and they will work together. Oh, my phone turned. Come on. Let's see. Replacing metal doors. Dalton gets new intercoms. Or replacing an actual exterior door between the vocational and the main door at the east wing. That has rusted out. And let's see. Got the Dalton intercom. At Bell Heath, we are actually putting exterior speakers on. So Cole, during a lockdown, can say, "Hey, we need to, don't come back to the building," you know. Because right now, if he doesn't lock down, nobody on the outside can actually hear him. You know, that's a big threat. We've also purchased new radios, you know, because we have a lot of admin staff that don't carry a radio, and that works off of our repeater towers. And let's see. One of the things that we went through a walkthrough with the police department, you know, at the end of last month, and one of the main things that he discussed for the high school is closing that back entrance of Wildwood. That's a major issue, because we have people that just walk onto the campus, you know, and where we've had a lot of homeless that want to set up in there, that's a big security threat. So that's one of the issues. And I'm working on a grant to get another SVPP, you know, to try to fund other areas like card access from a card. And that kind of stuff. That's about it. It's been it's been hopping. Any questions?
Well, I don't have a question, I do have a comment, and that is that we have enjoyed working with the police department in our walkthroughs, and I know that Mr. Howard takes several pages of notes after we visit each school, and everything that he can get taken care of through grant funding, he does that very well. I appreciate the police department and Eric Martin and his patience with us as we work to get our schools as safe as they can be. And I know that the trail coming behind the high school is causing us a little grief, but we're working on it. So it just never was thought to be so bad that a trail intersects with school property, but now that's a huge no-no. But in order to, take care of the city and what that trail offers the city versus what we need to do to take care of ourselves and our school campus, we'll find a compromise.
We really need to protect our kids, especially when somebody can walk in there, they can traverse the campus uninhibited, and, there's a lot of mental health out there, especially within the homeless, and we really need to button that up.
So I appreciate your hard work on finding these funds and getting these things installed.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stacy, can I ask one question?
Oh, sorry.
Yes, sir.
About
Yes.
the intercoms.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Will the intercoms work in the locker rooms?
They will go in the locker rooms. Okay, let me back up. So it's just the intercom box. We're going to have to keep the same speakers because the grant just didn't have enough funding for the speakers. But there's speakers in the locker rooms. It's just they don't work. There's like a breakdown on the cabling side, and they're going to fix that for me. I've already talked to them. And also the armory, because there's only one speaker in the main armory, and you can't understand what anybody says when they're up there. And I'm hoping that will clear that up too.
Okay.
Yep.
And I just had one more question.
Yes,
Sorry.
go for it.
There's the vestibule that was sort of built into Dalton that was supposed
Yes.
to be a second entrance. Is there movement on starting to use that? Or
I'd have to defer to Darden on that one. Have they been there to fix the button yet?
for the vestibule added in?
No, they've had a problem. It's on their to-do list.
Yeah.
So it's on the to-do list?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, everything's been installed. We've already had the film put on the windows so you can't see the students. Oh, that's something else. I forgot about that. We're mirroring the whole front windows at Dalton, so someone from the outside can't see students traversing between classes. Because that's a big thing too. You can sit outside and see people. It's not a good thing, but yeah, they're working on getting that button fixed.
Okay.
So
I think that button works because I used it by mistake the other day. And, yeah. So Miss Witt wasn't real happy.
Okay.
All right,
Are we
thank you.
good?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Next on my list, I have honored to have with us tonight Mr. Jeff Little and Mr. Steve Cox that would like to speak to the board regarding the naming of facility or parts of a facility. Come on forward.
All right. Thank you guys for having us. Dr. Joyce, thanks for letting me come in. Board members, thank you for the opportunity to talk about naming the basketball court after Coach Cormany at the high school. It was one of the things when we sat down as a committee, one of the things we talked about was trying to keep it hush-hush, and so that cat's out of the bag, I guess. So there's a lot of things we didn't know at the time, but we've learned as we've gone through. I had the privilege to coach alongside of Coach Cormany for 16 years, so got to know him a lot over the years. And so I'm going to say a lot of good things about him tonight. Hopefully he's not watching, and if anybody tells that to him, I will deny it vehemently. So we'll go there. But first of all, I'd like to say thanks to Bev Davis. Bev couldn't be here. He's in Hawaii. Coach Wade and I were talking. It should have been us, but it's him there. His daughter's over there. And so he's done a ton of legwork on this thing, especially on the financial side. We formed a committee to explore this idea. The committee was made up of RHS principal Ken Keister, athletic director Greg Wade, head basketball coach Ben Fisher. Ben said to please let you guys know he's sorry he couldn't be here. We had a couple of our old, alumni who were still playing Division I basketball doing a workout session tonight. So we had a bunch of kids in the gym tonight that he's there. Let's see, assistant football coach and former player Josh Smith, and then Bev Davis was on this committee along with myself. Dr. Joyce, we appreciate your support along the lines of this. I'm going to go through, I know you guys have seen, and a lot of you guys have heard the accolades of Coach Corney, but I do want to do kind of a small recap just because it's always enjoy that because it's always pretty amazing. Coach he was at the high school for 30 years as the Bobcat head coach. He was a two-time, he retired as the second all-time winningest coach in VHL history. His overall record was 773 wins and 249 losses for a winning percentage of 76%. His Radford record was 609 wins and 177 losses for 77%. He's also nominated and a member of the Radford Athletic Hall of Fame. Over his tenure here, he won 22 of the last 20. His teams won 22 of the last 23 district championships. They won 16 of the last 17 district tournaments. They won 12 Region C championships, including the last 8 in a row. His teams made the state finals 19 of 24 years. The final four 15 times, the finals 11 times, and he won the state championship. He won it 6 times. Just unbelievable. They won 2 of those 6 were back-to-back, and one of them was an undefeated season as well. Individual accolades, and I know he'd kill me for this, but 17 times District Coach of the Year, 7 times Region Coach of the Year, and 7 times Virginia High School League State Coach of the Year as well. So just unbelievable accolades from on the court. Off the court, though, Coach was he built his program. And when I started working with him, I didn't know him at all, and just kind of stumbled into the job and started off as middle school coach. But I learned real quickly that it was everything that he did and was built on discipline and accountability and respect. And he pushed that down all the way to the middle school when I first started there, and it stays there. And then I became the JV coach and one of the varsity assistant coaches. And that's kind of the way we did things. Many players, if you talk to them, and we stay in contact with a lot of these kids, will attribute their success in life to a lot of the lessons they learned from Coach Cormany on the court, and that discipline, that accountability, and that respect. We've got engineers, we've got guys in sales and healthcare, the military, got a ton of guys that are teachers, and of course a lot of guys that are coaches, from rec league to our current high school coach was a former Bobcat player, to down the hill at Radford University, we've got a couple of coaches there who were former Bobcats as well, so right up to the Division I level. Coach always reminded us, though, the one thing that if things got busy or things got tight or we're having an issue with a particular kid or situations, that we're in the kid business. And he always kept that first and foremost with us. And this hit me today driving down the road thinking about all the accolades, is that in all the years I've been with him, so 17 total years, we only had one kid quit the varsity basketball team over those 17 years. And the more I thought about that, that's just pretty astounding. And it was in very early, so he may blame that on me, but it was very early when I started working with him. But to be part of what he demanded and what we did in the program was, you didn't get holidays. I mean, he didn't have a Thanksgiving or Christmas basically until he retired. We were practicing over the holidays. You didn't get Saturdays. And the kids know that if you didn't play particularly well on a Friday night, even if you won but didn't play pretty well, you're going to have a pretty long Saturday. But we called those kind of cleansing practices. But kids look back on it once they're out. Kids go to VMI. They talk about how things like the military was. Part of it was not near as hard as a Saturday practice and the accountability there. So, and we know that was just part of what he did, and he was very consistent with as far as that goes. This is just one way that we truly feel like we'd like to honor him, and I think it would be a huge honor for the program, for everything that he built, and for all the kids along the way to go there. Lastly, I know that there's part of the policy states that there's no school or school facility will be named for a living individual, and that's part of the reason I wanted to come forward. Is basically we realize, obviously, and very well deserved, Norm Lindenberg Field, and I guess I'd like to make the motion that you guys consider waiving that so we can move forward with this, the naming of the field or naming the court. Before I quit, I'd like to thank also, we've had from the financial side, and I know that's always the big issue, the financial side. I know Coach Wade has done a ton as far as working with Bev Davis and trying to get all this done. Steve Cox is here, and Steve Cox is going to come up and talk about this part. But we've had a ton of support from the partners Partners in Excellent Foundation, the Radford High School Foundation. So with that, I'll turn it over to Steve, and he can talk about the financial side of it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
While Mr. Cox comes forward, I'm sorry that Coach Corman and I didn't overlap here as employees of Radford City Public Schools, but I do have a history with Coach Corman, and that is he was my PE teacher in grade 8 back in Carroll County. And I still remember Coach Corman looking at us as little boys. I think of us as little boys then. He said, "I fully expect you to wear out 3 pair of tennis shoes during PE class." Well, I was terrified of him from then on. And I was just mortified that I thought I was going to have to buy 3 pair. And that wasn't a style change. That was you going to wear a pair out and buy another pair. And I thought, Lord, how can I get out of this? Mr. Cox, thank you.
Turn many children into adults.
Right.
I just really want to quickly address the financial side. I think the quote came back at $32,000. The Radford High School Foundation has agreed to pledge $10,000 toward that, and the Partners for Excellence Foundation will do the other $22,000. And we'll just take that out of that residual $60,000 I think that you've got left from the locker rooms. So that way there's no cost to the school division, so that we'll take any financial concerns out the table.
Well, that foundation has been very generous to the school division, not only with the locker rooms, but I went back to Mr. Cox and asked for some other, so when the locker rooms were done, it made the other things look a little pale in comparison, so we fixed a few of those things up. And the cost he's talking about, Mr. Wade, correct me now, that is taking the floor to a grinding all the way to the floor, not just a refinish that we do year to year. That would be all the way to the wood, the stenciling, and coming back with the finish, correct? That's where we get to about 30 grand.
Yes, sir. We have, to my knowledge, on that floor, we finished it twice. They did it once before, and I think it was put in 1969. I hope I'm not lying, but I think that's right.
That's good.
It was done
Sounds
once in the 80s, and then about 1994. I wasn't AD then. I'm not that old, but I was here in the capacity. I remember when they changed the design of the floor.
Yeah.
Okay.
And usually about every 15, 20 years on that, we had looked into possibly replacing and putting all brand new wood in. We work with Scott's Flooring, which is out of Salem. Real good people. He came in, he looked at it, and he goes, "I'm going to take," because I was fearful that we was only going to be able to go down to the wood one more time, because you can only go so many times till you get to the nails, and you can't go anymore. And he told me he felt like there was at least 2 more, maybe 3 more. And he told me for what I'd pay, the floor I would put in would be as good as the floor that was on actually there.
Okay.
Because of the quality of wood.
That's right.
And they've been very good. We tend to do the floors every year down to get the sticky so our kids can be able to run, jump, and of course you've seen the way we play. We're on the floor a lot. Trying to make it safer so they are not slipping and sliding on the floor, but actually having grip and getting to the floor to get the ball. We do that once a year, and they do that process. They take off the wax that's there, but they can't get it all off. So over the years, it gets more dungy, and those beautiful white lines and area get looking like they're kind of all gold. And so when I originally brought in, we were just going to maybe try to do 1 spot, 2 spots to put the name. He said probably be the best thing, and we're looking at getting rid of some of the paint, doing some darker to make it a little different. But for certain aspects, we're looking to keep the bobcat heads, bobcats at the end, and things of that nature. But we're looking at maybe doing darker varnish instead of black in the center and in the lanes. And that is supposed to be in that $32,000 that we had quoted.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Is it question time?
Any questions?
Okay.
Do you have the design? I'm assuming they,
You've got that.
because I'm
We
hearing
have an
maybe
idea,
this,
they
maybe
have
that.
not gave me a design yet.
Okay.
I
I'm sure
told
they
everything we
will.
want.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. They'll have to.
Oh, they will, yeah, he will on that. Am I allowed to speak frankly? I have set it up for the 1st of August if things go well, because I had to get on the docket.
Right. It's better to be there and not need
And
it.
that's 2 ways now. I'm also worried about the air conditioning units. They gotta be in before we can't be doing anything on the floor till all that's up and in. with dust and everything else. So I sent designs, and they were working to get designs back to me to see on that. So
Okay.
I'm sorry, I have some gym experience, so
Yeah,
I've
sure.
watched that happen a few times. I mean, they'll have to take, the same company will do the bleachers, pull them out, and everything that has to happen to.
Are you talking about refinishing bleachers?
No, our bleachers are up on.
Yeah, it's
They're
on
on
concrete. The
concrete.
bleachers are on concrete.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
nothing that has to be done.
No, sir.
other than-
What that
yeah.
includes is new flooring,
Yeah.
new trim, they would tear out the old trim, it'd be new trim on the floor, in those fashion, yes. That does include the trim that goes around the ball.
Yeah.
When we're racing.
So this is the cost that the school division would have incurred regardless. But with the request to name the court, then we've had two very generous offers to have that financed, so.
Yeah, Dr. Joyce and I were talking, it's perfect timing. You know, it had to be done, and we wanted to, hopefully, we can name it after, Coach Gormany, and we can pay for it. It saves the school division from having to pay for that. And
Sure.
it takes care of one big maintenance item.
Yes, sir.
Would it just be stenciled? I don't know, I'm asking about design.
No,
more than
it-
anything else.
yeah.
It'd be interesting.
No, that's been tossed around as what it would look like, and
So that's what they're going to get back to Greg,
Well,
right?
we have looked a couple different designs in some college and pros. What our tentative plan is to look at and ask to see is we want it to be Cormany Court, and we would have Cormany written in cursive like a signature, and then we'd have court in a block letter. And like I said, we want to see and make sure, but that's some things we've looked at in that, of that would be in black. We had talked about, but old gold does not show up real well on our floor. So that's why we would look more on the black in that fashion, but we also don't want to have a lot of black to take away from it, so that's why we're talking about doing the circle in a darker
That's right.
varnish, and also the lanes on both ends in a darker varnish. And they're supposed to do some workups to let me see on that, and that's by cheating and looking online. We've looked at some other courts and kind of try to steal from them, I guess, in a
Okay.
positive way.
other questions? Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Cox.
you.
Thank you,
Thank you
Mr.
very
Little.
much.
We appreciate that. I would ask that the board maybe include this on our next agenda in June as an item maybe to revisit, and we can take, maybe folks that are hearing about this for the first time would have comments or questions. They certainly are encouraged to call me. Otherwise, with the blessing of the board, we will put this back on the agenda for June and see what new findings or new information we may have.
I think if there's any way possible, if we could maybe have some renderings, potential renderings of the anticipated design,
Okay?
if possible. I think it might help kind of really,
I'll give them a call in the morning and see what I can get to you by that meeting.
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Salary scales, this was included in your packet. I don't want to go page by page, but I will absolutely answer any questions you may have.
Can we bring that up on the big screen, please?
Oh, Stacy, what did I do? I think I must have lost the agenda. Sorry.
Thank you. Are you able to scroll through these? I see pages at the bottom. Yeah, we're good. So this is the teacher scale beginning at year 0, which will be your new teachers. And then at the bottom of that page, we have increments, increases for those that have a little bit beyond a new teacher licensure, including hours towards a master's degree, national board certification, speech and language pathologist, and a doctorate degree.
Jane, Miss Swing, could you flip down that?
Oh, the picture frame.
Our picture frame on your desk. Oh, thank you. And how are we looking competitively to our neighboring school systems?
The research that I've done is this puts us in the ballpark for almost everyone. A little bit ahead of some folks, still yet behind some other folks, but much closer where we need to be than we were without our raise. I'm very happy with that. We passed a few folks, but we have a few more to go. So, and for a city, a division this size, I think that's a lot to be proud of. So we can scroll through, Mr. Howard, if you don't mind. Principal's pay salary is next. I'm happy to answer any questions. School psychologist is next, Mr. Howard. The school psychologist scale, basically, we use the teacher scale as the starting point, and then we upped it to an 8-hour day to try and get that salary bumped to just a bit to keep up with our divisions that surround us. Doesn't affect a lot of our employees, but those that do find it very important. Office support pay scale. You're going to see two different columns there. One is for office support that also handles bookkeeping, and then office support that would not have bookkeeping in their job description. Our custodial pay is next. This first page is for our custodians without their CDL. Their commercial driver's license is very important to us. It makes you much more marketable. Well, not marketable for us. It makes you much more valuable to us. So the first scale is those without a CDL, and we encourage those that would like to get that to do so. It also makes you a bus driver. The next would be with a CDL, so you'll see an increase in those in that range as well. Our school nutrition pay scale, while these folks generally work during the school day only, or during the school year, those paychecks are spread over a 12-month period, so they don't go any amount of time without pay. Seems to work best. Our paraprofessional scale would be next. And back to bus drivers for some special driving activities like extracurricular, aides, and car drivers. Scroll down just a bit, Mr. Howard. There you go, thanks. Substitute pay rates. Frankly, this is the first increase for our subs that we've seen in 2 school years. So we thought it was time to increase their rates a bit. You'll see there's a few different rates on there. In the transportation substitute area, for bus driver substitute rate, those obviously have to have their CDL. I believe that's all. I'd like to take this time to ask any folks that are watching us or may watch us later, if you're interested in one of these jobs, you just need to contact us. It's a tough market. We always need bus drivers and custodians. Questions about the pay scale? I appreciate Ms. Long. She worked really hard on that the last few days to get that ready for us.
Thank you.
Next up, we have our enrollment and behavior. Mr. Dye did a good job with our graphs again this month. I won't walk you through all of these things, but I'm glad to answer questions. Mr. Keister, make sure this is accurate. We had some of Mr. Keister's numbers wrong, in the wrong direction too. He was quick to point out that he was much better than it showed.
Very clear.
So we appreciate that. Oh, so we're doing behavior first. Gotcha.
It's all good.
It's okay.
We can just do this one first.
There's 0 behaviors.
Well,
Well, they probably
that
haven't
hasn't shown up yet.
Received it yet.
They just haven't been entered yet.
Right.
'Cause
Right.
mine's not
So-
over.
0 in 2 weeks is
That would be great.
Said 1.
Well, that's just not been captured yet, right, Mr. Dye?
What's that?
You won't capture May's numbers just yet, right?
No.
Okay. Somehow one showed up.
That's because one's already been put in.
Good deal.
So it's not, just for my clarity, it goes in Power School immediately, but it's just not in your data yet. and
Right,
I
he
guess
doesn't-
You download it.
I don't
Right.
run the work to pull the data.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's year to year. Okay, Mr. Howard? We'll follow your lead. Whatever's next. Bell Heath? April numbers at the high school look good for behavior. And this is the recidivism we talked about earlier. Okay, any questions? Attendance? The graphs didn't make it.
They were linked into the documents, but now I don't see the link.
We can try. Is there? Is this the enrollment? Just so, oh, there we go. That didn't come across. There we go.
Thank you. Let's go to the next page. Okay, in the 90s for April. Hoping to finish strong for May. Questions about attendance?
Do we collect data on tardies?
Tardy information is collected, but we haven't, it would take me just a day or two to get it for you.
Okay.
But yeah, tardies are recorded. Principals, correct me if I'm wrong. They're recorded in Power School.
Because I know that there's been concern with, students that are missing all of first period, however much of the beginning of the day, that
Counted as being there, but their classes they're missing
Sure.
every day.
every day.
Sure. Is there a specific school? Or
I don't
it
know
could
about
be,
that.
it could be all of them.
It could be all of them, but, you know, there are teachers that have reached out, you know, over the recent years saying, you know, we've got students that are counted as being in attendance but haven't been to their class, and then there's an expectation that they're being able to teach these students
That's a
who
problem.
haven't been present in their class.
Sure.
And so, you know, what can be done to,
And is that an issue across the board? Is it a particular age range? Is it, you know, what are we looking at?
Right.
Do we deal with truancy just for the day, or if a student misses first period every day? Do we deal with it that way, or is it just, how's it dealt with from a division level?
So you guys chime in, but if you show up late, you're still counted as there, but that would be, so are you asking, is that a truancy issue, even though they're shown as present? It would be,
I'm asking how it's dealt with if it, let's just say high school, make it simple, and I don't know the grade level. I wouldn't know where the problem is either, but they come in third period every day because they just don't get out of bed.
right. Do you have a lot of
How's
that?
dealt with?
Do you have a lot of that, Mr. Keiser?
Yeah, I mean, we do have some that'll check in, second or third period on a consistent basis.
Are these drivers that, if you can recall?
I would say it's probably a mixture. There's probably a couple drivers, probably some walkers,
Okay, so,
dropper-offers.
right.
parent
Well,
drop-off, yeah.
sure. I mean, I know the problem could be kids that are driving. That's an issue that we'd have to, well, all these issues are ones that we could address with the parents, but especially the ones that are getting dropped off by someone. That's an issue. But we can look at parking privileges. If you continue to come late in your own vehicle and you park, we can look at parking privileges. If they're,
I'm not so much looking for what we can do, I'm looking for what we do.
What
Right.
What is the current
How do we
situation?
handle it now is my
Do
question.
we have a problem? I mean,
Yeah, do we even have a problem? That's,
to look at it.
is that an issue that you feel like is, you know, is that big on your radar?
I think for certain students, yes. You know, and I think you handle it case by case basis.
Right.
You know, I do think, and I think you guys will go back and see with the bell schedule that we approved, you know, we had, or that you guys approved, or maybe we'll vote on, sorry. We had 15 minutes. We cut it down from 30 to 15 minutes a year ago with that drop-off time. And I think that was a very tight window for a lot. So I've asked for 5 minutes back on that. Didn't want to have too much time because I think sometimes we get idle hands in the hallways and that can lead to issues.
Sure.
But I'm hoping, and I think that 5 minutes will help some of those tardy issues that we're having. I do think Melissa Gerald has done a fabulous job. And as you can see on our charts, attendance charts, you'll see some of those numbers coming back up. So I think that was kind of in the infancy stage this year. And I think as we move into next year, we'll start to see some more benefits from her, you know,
Yeah.
kind of leading that charge. And I think you'll probably see some of the stuff that's going on social media that she's pushing out on a weekly basis to inform and to educate some of our family members. And I think it's an issue. I do think it's an issue. I don't think it's strictly an issue towards Rapid City. I've spoken to some others and heard talks from other divisions, and I think, and as we see numbers, I think this is an issue, you know, statewide, nationwide. So.
Sure. And I'm glad you brought up Ms. Gerald. She's, that will be one of her priorities, is to get kids not only here, but here on time. So I'll be asking her to dig deep into the tardy, the chronic tardies, and see if she can address those issues with the families. So I appreciate you guys helping me keep an eye on that.
And I will say, as far as it's reported, like when we go to the court system for attendant or truancy, the judge and the court system look at if the student's there at all that day as counted present. They basically have stated that we'd rather have them there for part of the time than none of the time at all. So as far as getting into the court systems, they do not look at tardies whatsoever.
Right.
Interesting.
And I understand that's, you know, they don't, we don't tell them what to do. We can certainly plead our case, but they work, they work out of they have different eyes on it.
Yeah. Well, I think there's the idea of incentivizing getting there on time, as opposed to waiting and penalizing, if it has to do with scheduling, and do we put electives first period? Do we have something that makes them want to get there on time more than having to sit there through, geography, personal finance, history? Like if it's I can't stand it, I don't want to be in that class. Is there a way to, encourage participation just by having the class they want to get to earlier in the day?
So
but I am not a scheduler, and that is not my job, and I don't want to.
No, but that is a good idea. If we could take our list of our heaviest hitters as far as tardiness go, and maybe create their schedule where it would be in their best interest to show up on time. That's an easy lift.
And I would say for the high school, there have been cases that we have done that. So
Sure.
Yeah.
And we were using you as an example, not we don't mean to pile on here, but that the same goes for now Mr. Wilder's situation would be different, whereby it will always be someone dropping them off or walkers being late. Same with Mr. Freeman. So
the incentives might be different at different schools, And I'm not for, giving an incentive to do just the right thing because you should do the right thing. But if there's a way to, excite our students and our parents, for getting there on time, I think that's really important.
I guess I'd just like to know if it's an issue. I mean,
if it's
I
not,
understand there are probably 3 or 4 kids who do it all the time, and I think
Right.
it'd be handled.
Mm-hmm.
But are there 24 kids that do it all the time? To me, that's a different situation.
I think you and I would have had that conversation, or any of the principals would have had that conversation if it was some sort of chronic urgency where kids are just showing up way late. If that is an issue, let's you and I talk about it, and we'll address it. Because that's a fair point. If I'm a first period teacher and someone misses my class consistently, that's disrespectful, number one, but there's not a lot of learning getting done either.
I think, if I may, there's also a difference between a person who's, clawing back 5 minutes to get from a car to a classroom versus, I think maybe, Jody, to your point, of a person, they show up at third period because, nighttime's fun and mornings are hard for some people. Right. I think there's is that an issue? And to that point, are we seeing some difficulties with testing and retaining knowledge, and honestly being fair to our educators who put their time, effort, and energy into building a plan? They can't provide that plan if the person's not in the seat.
That's a great point.
Is it an issue? Is it not? Our goal is it's not even a legal issue. It's a proper issue. Provide the best education possible to every student every time. We can't do that if you're not there. And is it an issue? 5 minutes, that's an easy makeup. My daughter's here. She'll tell you if you're late, you're being rude to everyone else in the room. But if it's I show up third period every day because I just don't want to get out of bed, that's a different situation. So, I think that's for me. Is it a problem? If it is, great. Let's deal with it. If it isn't, don't fix a problem that doesn't exist.
Exactly.
Yeah. But you can't know without knowledge.
And it'll manifest itself in grades real quick. If they're missing that much class time, their grades cannot be.
Maybe, right.
Maybe.
But they might be doing just enough to slide.
Right. Right.
And there are some kids who don't have to go.
That's true.
There are very few, but
That's true.
Thank you for those reports.
We're steady working on the units in the gym at the high school, the HVAC units. That's a slow process, but it's one that we want to take slow on purpose. This is a pretty big deal, and it's going to be great when it's finished. Butch isn't here tonight. He's dealing with some family issues, but he assured me that things were rolling just the way they should be, and that he expects that project to be done soon and to our satisfaction. So he apologizes for not being here. And that's all I have.
can I ask a question? question.
Yes, sir.
Not that specifically, but where are we with track? I've had a lot of questions about the track in recent weeks.
So that big ticket item, I was a little reluctant to move forward until I heard from Richmond, which we did today. Well, we did on Saturday, or Friday, Saturday. Then our numbers were released today. There is no less money in our budget. There may be more money in our budget. Carrie is working on that as we speak. So before I went forward with that type of project, I wanted to make sure that I was spending money that I had. We were spending money that we had. Now there are, it's not as involved of a process as you might think. So I'm excited to think with the prospect of getting started soon and getting that project underway soon. So.
I've had a lot of people ask me about it in recent weeks, I guess, with track season in.
Yes,
A
yes.
lot, so
Deservedly so.
I've spent some time on the track in the last couple of weeks, and it's in pretty bad shape.
It is.
I mean, if someone tried to run around it, which I'm assuming we don't at all now.
Unfortunately.
You're gonna fall.
Yep.
I mean, but it's, I'm a little concerned. We made it worse with the construction, for
Right.
sure, than it was, but
Well, at least we were on it before it needed to be fixed. I mean, instead of after it was fixed.
of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it would have been a different plan then, but I would personally like to see, I guess, a timeline and a proposal of some sort.
Sure. That's on my list. I will, as soon as the governor signs this bill, which I'm assuming he will do, then we'll move forward.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, reports of board members. Does anybody have any new business to share?
Couple things, Madam Chair, if I may. It's been pointed out multiple times, there is a lot that has happened and that is pending to occur. But just to point out, celebrate once again for our state champion high school football team. They have had their ring ceremony. They were in possession of that. Any of you who are on social media, one young man actually misplaced his ring momentarily, but it was returned.
Oh, good.
It was returned, so yay, back in possession of its owner, its rightful owner. So that was exciting. Prom was a fantastic event, and I was able to attend a part of that. Very exciting. I encourage everyone, if you have the opportunity, the spring band concert was inspiring as always. So I encourage you all, as that those events come up, please do come out to the Memorial Day service as well. They always do a great job with that. But also things from New River Community College. I had the opportunity, since there are partners in the area with our education and our students, I was able to attend all 3 graduation services for New River. 40 pages of students graduating and certificates and degrees that were conferred. That was a lot on Friday, and then actually last night I was at New River again for their medical graduation and their pinning ceremony for that. They actually now, our partners that we actually send our students to, have graduated 887 nursing students in the last 20 years. So those are folks going out immediately. Our students here in Radford to help out as well, going out into the community to help provide some life-giving services and care to those in desperate need. So by all means, if you have the opportunity to go by and check our friends out at New River, as well as Radford University, there's a lot going on. It's very exciting. So honored and privileged to extend our Radford, family over to New River as well. It's been really exciting.
And I'll piggyback on Chris. At our last meeting, we heard about the Governor's School for the Arts that RU is working to establish and get running. And the first meeting of the Planning Committee Board, I've forgotten what we're called, anyway, will be May 29th. So there is movement
Excellent.
started to begin this work now that people have bought in and they know who the partners want to be.
Excellent. Thank you for being on that board.
And then also at New River, our Governor School students got to have their graduation and awards ceremony that Dr. Joyce and I attended last week. And it was great, and lots of happy faces, and walking across that stage to get all their accolades, which was fun to see.
It was very nice.
Yes, so we're excited for our 3 RHS graduates from the Governor School program of science and math there. Anybody else?
I was just going to share a couple of webinars for professional development that I participated in. One sponsored by VSBA was about AI, which is something I don't know much about, and its implications for our schools and, of course, workplaces after school. And I now have a Chat GPT account. I haven't done anything with it, but I did set one up. Another one, not as lighthearted, but concerning human trafficking and the need for schools to be informed and to realize ways they can help, and about mandatory reporting. And that was very thought-provoking.
Thank you.
I have one short report. Had probably the shortest school board meeting, the last virtual school board meeting. They tend to be very efficient, but we did vote for our director to get the same raise that Radford City received.
Okay.
Which I thought was very fair.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to our action items. We have the reimbursement resolution, VP SARP SOL web-based 2025.
That is, and correct me, Ms. Long, if I'm wrong, this reimbursement resolution is to pay back Radford City with grant money where we have spent money prior and received a grant, we pay ourselves back, if that makes sense. So it's money that we've used to pay out, and then the grant comes in and we pay ourselves back. We reimburse ourselves.
Through state funding, we call it SOL web-based. So it gives you funding for technology and items you need to have to get SOL testing. And it is a special resolution because I think it's kind of a little bit of a different pot of money that it comes from.
Okay. Well, we like to be given money back. Whenever we can get money back, let's get money back. Do I have a motion to approve the reimbursement resolution VP SARP SOL web-based 2025?
So moved.
Motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you so much. And the Perkins plan for 24-25.
Ms. Mosby from the high school will present.
All right, thank you all for having me tonight. Basically, the 24-25 Perkins application was turned in on time with many thanks and help from Cindy, Kim, and Ellen. We are still waiting on the results. Obviously, they are very honest and say they will deny it the first time because we will get the new amounts and then we will fix it according to those amounts and what we can move forward with. So that is going to be very good. A little feedback on this past year's application and what we're doing forward with CTE that will help with next year's application was we had 151 workplace readiness tests given this year. This includes seniors and juniors from Econ Personal Finance class. Our pass rate was very good with just a few retakes still to happen still this year. Mr. Mook in culinary will be giving 10 serve safe food handler exams and 2 manager exams, which will give our students an extra edge in the food culinary industry. Mr. Compton in electricity will be giving 67 OSHA 10 certifications, which provides workers with awareness of common job-related safety and health hazards. So those are all very important. These exams and certifications helped us spend our STEM H money, exams and license, in most of our workplace readiness allotments. So that was a really good feat for us this year. And then we are currently working on spending the rest of our Perkins money, which we have through June to do. So thank you, Carrie, in advance because she helped us buy a new floral cooler for Miss Gibbons, an awesome 3-door cooler. So unfortunately, we didn't get that in time for the gala, but we now have it still, and she's able to do a lot of her awesome things with that. And the gala season for Radford University we were able to still provide beautiful table arrangements in red and white for the gala that Radford University had just a few weeks ago. And Bella, you participated in that this year, or I know you did last year. This year, but yes. Yes, we enjoyed that little day. So, and then of course the spring showcase was a huge hit. Mr. Mook's culinary class sold goodies that day. Mr. McPeak's class sold the creative metal art that you are familiar with, using his water jet with his students' help in designing all of those. Miss Gibbons' horticulture class basically sold out of her flowers, hanging pots, and plants during that weekend. Our teachers are continuing to collaborate with each other as well as other teachers regarding various projects in drafting, media, and carpentry. So as you can see, we have some pictures up with that's Miss Gibbons and her intern this year. That's when everything was full. Those are some of the gala flowers that Radford University displayed that evening. Our students working hard during that day, collecting money from all of us that went down and participated. Our students there who designed my M is there on the corner table. So I'm excited about hanging that up as well. And of course you all are very familiar with our other artwork and floral designs there on the right. And then Mr. Mook's students, we had cookies and brownies and peanut brittle, I think. So lots of goodies to have that day as well. And then we've had quite a few accomplishments too, moving on as we continue to make improvements in our current programs and offering new exciting learning environments. So we've had our students and our teachers for tomorrow class participate in an early childhood education training program. Thanks to Ms. Edwards and the EO workforce recruiter, Ms. Kirk, the class completed the Virginia licensing standard requirement for child care teachers assistants. So our next round of teachers are going to be coming up very soon, I believe. So we're looking strong in that area. We also had students complete the Bloomberg Market Concepts course. This is a partnership we have with Radford High School and Radford University. Students learned about economic indicators, currencies, fixed income, equities, terminal basics, commodities, stock options, and portfolio management. So that was really good for all of them that they have moved forward and done that. New River Community College continues to partner with us as we've had a few students take on the networking certification exam and pass with flying colors. We are still working on our registration numbers for next year, but our programs are growing strong as we will be offering medical terminology, electricity too, and teachers for tomorrow too as we move on. And if you're driving around town the next couple of days, you'll probably see Ms. Givens and some of her horticulture students out and about. This is a partnership with Radford City EDA, and we are grateful for the EDA that provided us with that grant to help get our students out off campus and learning to give back to our community by planting flowers in the various pots around downtown. So hopefully you'll see a lot of those. So those are some of the Bloomberg certificates that they've received from Radford University. Did we get a good look at the,
Which one you'll see?
go back down to the gala. That was pretty cool. I don't know if you could see. Our students worked really hard during that time. All of those were done by our students and Ms. Givens. So they were always well received. Are obviously going back even as far as Valentine's Day. We had a huge floral day where everyone was buying flowers. So we're really looking forward to the next year. We're hopeful with our next year's Perkins application, everything will go well with that, and we can continue the growth in our CTE program. So, any questions? Awesome. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So do I have a motion to approve the Perkins Plan 24-25?
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Thank you so much for all of that work. All right. Then we have the VIB and preschool annual plan 24 and 25.
Mr. Hill.
Not sure I can follow that presentation. So the application is that Excel worksheet, but I like to put it on a PowerPoint just as much easier for us all to read. And I'll let you guys to pull that up. it's like all these plans, you have to share how you utilized the money last year, and then you got to share and apply how we're going to utilize the money for this upcoming year. So if you want to scroll down to just the first slide 2. Yep. Like I said, this was last year's funds, or the 22-23 K-12. So this is, the bigger portion of that money that you see, and we were able to fund 5.26 special education positions, 3.26 special ed teachers, 1 special educational paraprofessional, part-time school psychologist, and a half-time educational evaluator. We also utilize this money for professional development, instructional materials, and supplies. We are required to set some money aside for perennial place students. So these are students who may not be in public school, and they're in homeschool students that receive services. So we set some money aside to provide those students their related services per their IEP. Next page. The preschool, special ed funding is much smaller there. We utilized that money, or last year we used it to purchase OT and occupational therapy and physical therapy services for our preschool students. We also used some money to purchase instructional materials and supplies. All right. So for school year 24-25, as you can see at the total there at the bottom is what we will be receiving. So that will fund 6.18 full-time equivalent positions. So that's 1.87 teacher at McCarg, 0.6 teacher at Bell Heath, 1.79 teacher at Radford High School, 0.67 paraprofessional at McCarg Elementary School, the 0.75 school psychologist, 0.33 educational evaluator, 0.17 speech language pathologist. As you can see there, you've got the money that's for 1,000 area of salaries and the fixed cost associated with those positions. All right. So in this preschool special education money, we will receive around $19,000, a little more than $19,000. So once again, it's not a whole lot there, but we'll use that money to, where are we here? Yeah, hold on, ahead of me. Yep, so we'll use that money to purchase services for trainings and related services. Excuse me, this is the remainder of the big grant of the $19,000. So that money will be utilized for materials and supplies. And once again, that's set aside money that we have to set aside for providing homeschool students, home instruction students, private day students with services. All right. Yeah. So yeah, this is the preschool special education money. 10,000 of that is in personnel. So it's 0.33 part of a paraprofessional position, and the rest of that money will be utilized for occupational therapy and physical therapy. All right, so the rest of this PowerPoint is really just more for your information. It's nothing that we have to submit on the annual plan, but it seems that these are questions, as always, have came up during this meeting or during our SEAC meeting of how many teachers, how many special ed teachers that we have here in Radford City Schools. So we have 16 special ed teachers, and that's K through 12. We have 2 early childhood special education teachers, 22 full-time paraprofessionals, and then a part-time paraprofessional. Speech and language pathologists, we have 2.17, and then 2 school psychologists. We have a part-time, couple part-time evaluator folks. So these folks are used for the evaluation process when we evaluate students. They're on an hourly contract. Next page. So the rest of the staff, top one, that's me, special education office manager, which was who we met earlier, Terry Edwards. And then once again, we
We contract occupational therapy and physical therapy. We use H2 Health. And then we also contract vision impairment services. We don't have a lot of students to receive those services, so it's much better to contract out when you're dealing like with vision. I think we have 2 or 3 students receiving services. So we're not at a point where we feel that we're at where we need to hire these folks, so we contract these services out. We also run a parent resource center. So we have 3 hourly employees working 15 hours a month, and that's a separate grant that we apply for every year that funds those positions with, of course, with some local money. Also helps fund that program. And then the very last page is just kind of our overall count of students with disabilities. This is our child count. So this is the information that we submit to the DOE on December 1st. All right, so these numbers, you may have some folks that are watching online or some principals saying, oh, those numbers are not right. Well, since December 1, there's been kids that we've added, or some kids have tested out of services or moved on. But that's our current totals. At the bottom there, you'll see we've kind of got it separated with the Radford City's RCPS students. And then we have our STRIDE students, our out-of-district STRIDES students are also included in December 1 child count. So our total Radford students is 252 students that receive services. And then our STRIDE students, we have 126 students. So a grand total of 378 students who receive special education services in Radford City Schools. So I got questions?
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, do I have a motion to approve the VIB and preschool annual plan for 24-25?
So moved.
I have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you so much. A lot of information. All right, we've got our policy revisions for February of 2024. It's our final reading.
So in your packet, you have a copy of the policy revisions. Most of those were grammatical. A lot of those were grammatical errors, typos, things like that. Some pronoun changes. The 2 that I'd like to bring to your attention, there were 3 that I needed to pay close attention to. One was the school closing, and you saw some language changes there. The codes and the action that we take on certain weather-related days does not change. It was the wording that changed. It didn't seem clear to some of us, so we changed that. The other was policy JJAF that dealt with student athletes that are experiencing cardiac arrest or symptoms of cardiac arrest. And it calls for the superintendent to put in place, to be compliant, to put in place a procedure when a student either leaves practice or a game because of a cardiac arrest or symptoms similar to a cardiac arrest. Before they can return to practice or game situations, they must have a signed release from a licensed healthcare provider that will then go to the principal. And I'm using Mr. Keister as an example because this was most likely when this will occur. The principal will then distribute that to the athletic director, the coaches, and the school nurse. But the student athlete is not allowed to participate in any sport or any activity until they have been released by a licensed healthcare provider. So that will be the change. That's an addition to that policy that we'll review every year to make sure it's doing its job. Okay? The other is I wanted to call to your attention the physical restraint and seclusion. I talked to Mr. Hill. All of our staff at this point has been trained by Sands Anderson. Some of those have training beyond what's expected, and they become trainers themselves. So through the help of Sands Anderson, we feel like we are completely on top of that policy. It didn't change a lot, but we feel like we're ready for any type of situation that calls for physical restraint and seclusion due to our training and continued training. So that policy caused some grief for some divisions, but not for us. Thanks to before I came here, thanks to the forward thinking of our staff. Those are the 3 that had the biggest changes, so to speak, not necessarily changes, but call for action. Those are the 3 that I would like to call to your attention. Otherwise, for the final reading, I would like for us to approve those policies as presented.
Do I have a motion to approve the policy revisions for February 2024 and the final reading?
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you so much. Motion passes.
Mr. Howard, surplus, do you have anything to present, or would you rather us just refer to our list?
Just refer to the list. Be fine.
This was in your packet. Most of it's technology related. There are some lawn care lawn care equipment at the very bottom that you'll notice. Some of those machines are wore out, or all of them are wore out, I'm being told. So they were surplused. Since it doesn't snow anymore, we've got some snow plows we're going to surplus.
You've done it now.
You're welcome. You're welcome, students. Are there any questions about the items that we have proposed to surplus?
I'm curious, I know we've discussed it in the past, as memory serves, but are we required to direct these out through the government site? Or do we have the opportunity to make use of them to local?
Yes, there's a certain
services?
price threshold
Okay.
that's agreed upon as a fair market value.
Okay.
Anything below that, we're allowed to sell
Okay.
locally, even to our own employees. Anything above that must go to surplus to the, I don't remember the name of it, but it's a
It's a government site called GovDeals. that
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
post on.
Gov deals.
Gov Deals. So in our policy, there is a threshold of price amount. I don't remember, $300 or $500. It's not.
I presume we've already made these items available to local agencies or, to anyone.
Are these listed for the public? Do you know?
The more devices are, the laptops and stuff that's on there, they're not, because they're just flat wore out. A lot of the stuff,
Okay.
we part everything out, so we try to recoup as much as we can to fix other teachers or other students' computers. I mean, these are just pieces of laptops.
Okay.
Right.
I was just reading through them. Thank you, Stacy. I can't see you, but thank you. I was just curious. I know there's some, groups that do assist out, rock clubs, stuff like that, that might make use of maybe a Chromebooks or something like that. But if they've already been scavenged, then it would, doesn't make sense. But thank you.
But if there are questions from, folks in the community about things that we surplus, I'm glad to field those questions, refer to policy about what we feel like is the fair market value, and go from there.
All right, do I have a motion to approve the surplus list as presented?
So moved.
A motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thanks so much. Salary scales for 24-25. We've already had a presentation on that. Do I have a motion to approve the salary scales for 2024-2025?
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion, questions? All right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you so much for all the work to put that together. And then we have moved down the 2024-2025 tardy and dismissal bells at each school. Do I have a motion to approve the tardy and dismissal bells?
So moved.
The motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you so much. And I think that was everything that we needed to do for open. Dr. Ray, do we need a closed meeting?
Madam Chair, I move that the board convene into closed session pursuant to section 2.2-3711A1 to discuss the appointment, resignation, and retirement of employees of the school board, as well as to discuss the protection of the privacy of individuals and personal matters not related to public business.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thanks so much. We are in closed. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
have a motion to convene in regular session, please?
So moved.
A motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Dr. Ray, can you certify our closed meeting, please?
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion that we certify closed session for reason number 1.
We're gonna have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thanks so much. All right, we have personnel matters. Can I have a motion to approve personnel matters 1.0?
So moved.
A motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you so much. We did not have student or tuition. The date for our next regular board meeting is June 11th, 2024 at 6 p.m. here at the School Administration Building. Thank you so much. We are adjourned.
Thank you all.